in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
Sugar Chateau Desserts is a specialty bakery located in the Charlotte, North Carolina metro area. We will create delicious and one-of-a-kind treats for any occasion. Sugar Chateau is currently shipping cakes in a jar, offering a variety of different flavors in a single-serve container that can help you celebrate in accordance with social distancing. Place your orders today by calling 803-526-7895 or visiting sugarchateaudesserts.com.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and parenting education coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It was a monumental game for A&M and Tampa. It was a monumental game. Somebody had to lose, and thank God it was them this time.
We knew it was going to be a battle. Look at Jake Ave's record. 202 and 36, I think. Some off-the-wall figures.
And nobody would play him because they didn't want to take a chance of getting beat. But the truth of it is,
over 46,000 tickets. Blacks were sitting in the east stands. Whites were sitting in the west stands. And the score wound up 34-28.
The only thing we proved that we wasn't inferior, that we were not inferior, and we were not afraid.
For one night, for 160 minutes, we was better than them.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Have you had your Earthblend coffee today? At Earthblend Coffee, we take pride in offering you the very best of beans across the world, blended and roasted to perfection, giving you superior quality and satisfying and flavorful taste. Experience the world in one cup with Earthblend Coffee.
True Black
Black Essentials is a retail opportunity to bring Black businesses under one roof, where every product on every shelf in every aisle will be Black owned and Black produced by people all over the world. Statistics show that the $1.3 trillion of spending power that we have as Black people can easily be turned into each Black person having $2 million if we were to shop Black for 2 years. So True Black Essentials will launch an e-commerce store on November 1st, 2020, but we will open up brick and mortar stores in Atlanta, New Orleans, Charlotte, Houston, and Jacksonville, with the very first store opening in Atlanta, June 19, 2021.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Now, you can live in Texas and not have a good red meat blend. Texas Cowboy Dust is designed for steak and other red meats. It's out to be my most popular spice blend, made with onions, peppers, ground mushrooms, pink salt, and other spices. Texas Cowboy Dust also goes great with chicken, pork, vegetables, and adds a restaurant quality sheen to gravies and sauces.
It's like a loop machine. All around town, people trying to get down. But my beats, they are hard.
But I could do line over the song. I'll get rid of that picture. We gotta get some over the picture.
Sad day in America. Painful.
Hello and welcome to another edition of the BCSN SportsWrap. I'm Brian Fulford, and that is my man, my partner in the backcourt, AD Drew. AD, how you doing, my man?
Vacation, getting ready for vacation. My last official event before I head away for a couple of days for myself.
Nice, nice. We all got to take a little time for self, especially in these days and times where, you know, we're dealing with all kinds of stress and worry. But I've got a feeling that we're starting to move back towards an old sense of normal, not that new normal that's been going around. I'm talking about the old normal.
There you go. There you go. But just because we have it, I will have my mask, I will have my Lysol, and I will have my hand sanitizer with me.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, my brother, I'll be in your direction for a day or so.
Oh, hey man, it's wide open down here. Come on down here. Ain't no COVID down here. I didn't say that, but anyway. Allegedly.
Allegedly. Let Ron DeSantis tell it.
Right. We stayed open. We survived. You know, we haven't fallen off the face of the earth yet. You know, man. Somebody, you know, I remember, what's that phrase you always say about being right and wrong? What's that thing you always use? You always say?
I say,
They're just, you may not make the right decisions. They're just wrong decisions you cannot make.
Right. So I think DeSantis has lived by that motto, and so far, I mean, he's kind of winning the battle in some people's eyes. Now
you don't have to be right; you just can't be wrong.
Right. Exactly. We're not gonna say he's right, but I can't say that he's wrong.
Right.
Let's just keep it real. So, well, this is a college basketball postseason show. This is sort of us putting a bow on the college basketball season. We just finished up with a national championship game just a couple of days ago. And this show is dedicated towards naming our BCSN All-American teams, our BCSN National Players of the Year, National Coaches of the Year, and of course, our HBCU National Champions, large school and small school. So before we get into that, Drew, we got to talk about this tournament. We got to talk about this tournament because somebody, between the two of us, I just gave it away. I was a little sore about what happened. and I say that from the standpoint of, for the last 10 years, I've been telling people about Gonzaga. And my belief has been what hurts Gonzaga is, yes, they may play a good non-conference, but their regular season hurts them when they get to the tournament. That's why they always seem to get knocked out somewhere when they face a power team, a power conference team, and somewhere in the regionals, maybe even the second round, right? Well, this year they had the whole thing of being unbeaten hanging on them. And look, I had a couple of pools that I was in, Drew. I had Gonzaga. So the fact that Baylor won the national title kind of caught me blindsided. And really it skewed my whole perspective because I'll admit, Drew, the Final Four that night, the night where Gonzaga made this miraculous play in overtime at the buzzer, I missed the most important game, which was watching the way Baylor just dominated Houston. Had I seen that game with my own two eyes, I might have been even more worried than I was after the first TV timeout in the national championship game. So what is your take? What is your perspective as you watch that game? We kind of talked and we traded some text messages before the game, but what are your thoughts on just how the game took place, ended? Did anything surprise you from what you saw?
Bryan, back when the brackets came out 3 weeks ago, I called Baylor. Remember I told you.
Okay. I don't remember that, but I'll take your word on it.
Well, I can call somebody else who can verify that, Well, let me rephrase that. I put my money down on Baylor.
There you go. Hey, that's the same as calling it right there.
I called it. Actually, I put my money down on two teams.
Okay.
I was guaranteed to have one of those two teams in the finals because I called Houston and I called Baylor.
Okay.
And of course, they bet in the semifinal.
Right.
So I was guaranteed to have one of those two teams in the finals because until Houston ran into Baylor, yeah, they had a scare early in the tournament, but they were playing good ball.
Yes.
They just ran into a good Baylor team. And let's think about it. If COVID does not strike Baylor, when it strikes Baylor in the middle of the Big 12 season, Baylor may have very well been the undefeated team going into that national championship tournament.
I agree. I agree 100%.
Could you imagine the two teams in the national championship game undefeated?
That's what we were cheated from because I felt like that was going to happen somewhere about when did the Baylor COVID thing happen? Early February?
Yeah, I think maybe first week of February, late January, first week of February.
Yeah,
January, right in the heart of the conference season, and then they come back and they lose to Kansas.
Right.
Now, don't get me wrong, Kansas was a decent team, but remember, Kansas had a rough start to their season.
They did. Kansas was not the Kansas that we grew up watching.
Not the Kansas of the Big 8.
No, not at all. Not at all. And I thought somewhere around mid-January is when I started to believe that Baylor and Gonzaga were definitely, we could have two undefeated teams. Once it got down to those two, I think it was, I really felt like, okay, these two teams could realistically get to the championship game and be undefeated. So, yeah.
And kudos back to Gonzaga, because they had their own bout with COVID and still was able to come back and get back on the horse and still ride it to that undefeated championship game.
Right.
But remember, I told you, I think we talked either the night before or the morning of the championship game. I said, the one stat that has stuck out to me about this game, besides the fact that Gonzaga has the highest 2-point field goal percentage, but Baylor has one of the top 3-point percents in the thing. With the preseason number 1 and the preseason number 2 meet in the championship game.
Yep.
The preseason number 2 at that time was either 4-0 or 5-0.
4-0 they were at that
4-0.
time.
Yeah.
Now it's 5-0.
They were 4-0. They had won every time. And you and I went back and we Googled and found out, I believe it was 2002 was the last time that matchup happened. So I was like, it's something about that skewed me like, Baylor's going to win this game. Did I expect Baylor to win in the fashion that Baylor did?
No
one did.
I don't think anybody did, no.
And kudos to Gonzaga. Gonzaga cut it down, cut it to 10 at the half. I believe it got as close as 8 or 7 points in the second half before Baylor opened it back up and pulled away. And
every time Baylor got it, every time Gonzaga got it to, like you said, 9, 8, whatever, even their point in the first
single
half,
digit.
They got to a single, they had a nice 8-0 run, 9-0 run. Baylor called a timeout, then came out and just smacked them in the mouth. I mean, it's like, hey, boom, here's a quick 2 buckets, get it back up to double digits, and then let's go.
Yeah. And despite Gonzaga having the better size, I don't know if you noticed, Baylor had more fouls to throw at their bigs because I can't recall his name. The first guy fouled out before with 2 TV timeouts to go.
Yeah, Baylor was
fouled out going into the 8-minute timeout.
Baylor was the tougher team. They played with a higher level of toughness. I mean, I had an assistant coach describe it as an assistant coach at my school. He basically said Gonzaga looked too cool. It was like the level of the intensity of their cuts, everything they did, it was just too casual. And I think I kept waiting on Gonzaga to just flip the switch. And that switch was broken. I mean, Baylor had beat that switch to the point where it didn't even want to turn.
Right. And let's think about one thing. They say you don't have tired legs and et cetera, but the emotion of that overtime game against UCLA, which they should have won, but they should not have won it when they won it. That was a miraculous shot by Suggs.
Well, that game easily could have gone into double overtime.
That game was supposed to be a double overtime.
You're right. It's supposed to go
but I mean, Suggs made the shot, not taking anything away from him. But coming down from that emotional high, and I wish I would have looked it up. I wonder how many times in a semifinals game has gone to overtime, and they've come back and lost in the championship game. I guarantee you, it's more times.
You don't have to go that far. In the tournament, there was a stat, and I heard this. There was a stat in the tournament that in games that went into overtime, the next game, that team's win percentage was low. It was like maybe 1 out of every 3 times they won. I think the record was like 8-24, something to that effect. I wish I had it exact, but yeah, the number was trending or favorited towards, hey, if you go into overtime in the tournament, you're most likely losing the next game.
Right.
Now the X to that was, let's see, who had the overtime games in the tournament? UCLA had an overtime.
UCLA had an overtime game,
but they won.
Yes.
Somebody else hit a buzzer beater in the tournament in overtime, I think. I will say Florida went to overtime in the first round. Then they lost in the next round to Oral Roberts. Remember that first round? There was somebody else in it, but again, the number was trending that if you go to overtime, you end up losing the next round.
Right.
Especially on the weekend where you just have the 1 day in between.
Yeah, the 1 day off. And one last thing, Brian, before we begin our transition. Could you imagine Davion Mitchell at linebacker? Because that's what he looked like.
I'm so unaware of this. Has been a weird season. I paid attention to a team or two, but I didn't even know that was Donovan Mitchell's brother. I'll admit I had no idea that was Donovan Mitchell's brother. Didn't know too much about the kid. I didn't know too much about Baylor's.
He looks like he should be playing on Saturday afternoon physically.
Oh yeah. Well, look, they had the bigger, stronger dudes. I mean, let's just be real. They had dudes. The thing that happened to Gonzaga is what people always used to say what happens to Duke, or what used to happen to Duke. You would see the I hate to use the word finesse, but it's the only word I can come up with. The softer looking team, whatever you want to let that be, the softer looking team is what Gonzaga kind of looks like the Dukes of the old 90s and the early 2000s, where they don't look like if they get in a street fight with a team that they're going to lose. And that's what happened to Gonzaga. Gonzaga got in a street fight with Baylor and they lost. How about this? One last thing before we go. How about my home city of Indianapolis in the Final Four? Don't come to Indianapolis unbeaten. 3 for 3 now. 3 for 3. Teams have come to Indianapolis Final Fours unbeaten, trying to match that magical season of 1976 when the last great undefeated team, the Indiana Hoosiers, won the national championship unbeaten. Since that,
the only one I can remember is UNLV. Now, who were the other two?
You had UNLV in 91.
Right.
You had Kentucky in 2015. I was there for that. I actually went to that one. I was there when Wisconsin beat them in the semifinal game. An epic playing of jump around by Wisconsin after that. After that win, the whole dome was jumping around when they played the whole, House of Pain jump around, which is like, anybody that's the Wisconsin sort of secondary theme song, right? And so that was the second. And then the third was this year. Although this one was in the championship game, which is
we got one game further.
Right. But it's the second time that a team was unbeaten in the championship game since 1976 and lost. Do you know who the other team was that lost in the championship game?
The forgotten team from the state of Indiana, Larry Bird and the Indiana State Sycamores, I believe, is there.
That's correct. All right.
Indiana all over the place.
Indiana all over the place, man. So this moment, you guys recognize my home state of Indiana, man. But look, don't come to Indy with an unbeaten record. You better lose before you come to Indy, because we're not letting you have it. I'm just telling you now.
One last thing before we get out of here on this subject. Shout out to Scott Drew and for rebuilding that program after what happened to Baylor in the early 2000s, 2002, 2003, after Mike Bliss, I believe the coach's name was, and the Donaghy, whatever his name was, situation. And also shout out to the Baylor administration.
You can just say a guy got killed. Yeah. The guy got murdered in the program by his
coach tried to cover it up.
And the coach tried to cover it up. But for anybody who didn't remember that story, a player got killed by his teammate and the coach tried to cover it up. In the story, that's how bad it was at Baylor.
Right. But shout out to Scott Drew for taking over that program and rebuilding that program from scratch, because they literally disbanded the program, and the Baylor administration for giving him the time to rebuild that program, because in this microwave society where everybody expects results in 2 to 3 years, they didn't give up on them. It took 18 years later, they get the ultimate prize.
And think about this, Drew. While that happened in the early 2000s, whenever it was, then you had what happened on the football program at Baylor, you know. All the while, guess whose program was still at the top of their game, winning national championships? Kim Mulkey and the Baylor women.
Yes.
The women's program was like holding down the anchor for Baylor athletics for almost, I think
10
now
years.
10 years at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least 10 years. Kim Mulkey, and who got robbed, by the way, I'm going to say that here and move away. They got robbed by UConn in the regional finals. That's all I'm going to say. I'm still mad about that. They got robbed. Your official brethren, Drew, was in a bad position, didn't make the call. He shouldn't work a tournament game for 2 years because of that. Whoever he is, don't give me a name because he should be banned.
I wouldn't know him anyway.
Well, and look, if it was you, I love you, but if it was you and you made that, no,
I would expect you to talk about it.
Yes, I would talk about you and say, Drew, you weren't in the right place where you should have been to make that call. Just let the people know that you had money on UConn, and then we'll move on. So, anyway, but look, we also got to give a shout out as we finish up talking about the tournament. We got to give a shout out to Norfolk State and Texas Southern, who became the first HBCU programs to win the first four. You know,
Yeah.
Actually, they put 2 HBCUs winning in the tournament is a first. We've had teams win, you know, but
one or the other.
We've never had 2. And so on the same night, in the same building, on the same floor, we had Texas Southern and we had Norfolk State winning their games. It was a great day and that was the first day of the tournament. That's what I loved about how it started. First day of the tournament on a Thursday night, HBCU history was made. And so shout out to Texas Southern, shout out to Norfolk State. That was a great day. I mean, my parents are alums of Norfolk State. So, and it was in Indiana. So, I mean, they were excited.
Hey, Brian, I wonder if, you know, especially with the limited fans allowed in the building, I wonder if the first of all, the two teams were cheering for each other since they were in the same building. And the fans of the two teams that happened to attend were cheering for the opposite team when their team wasn't playing.
You know, a good question. Who knows? I mean,
you know, with the HBCU, it's a special brotherhood.
It is. But you also had to,
you cheer for other HBCUs when you see them compete.
Yeah, but you had limited seating and all that other stuff.
Yeah, but you know, even if it was because it was probably just the parents of the players and a few other people like that.
Or a few.
Was the Texas Southern parents
two alums
cheering for Norfolk?
Probably. I gotta imagine if you bought a ticket.
And Norfolk cheering for Texas Southern.
I'm sure. But then again, I don't know if they were selling session tickets or whether because of how much time was in between games, it could have just been a one-game thing. It was like, hey, after your game is over, you got to exit. I don't know, but I didn't look too deep into it, to be honest with you. But so, all right. So let's so again, as you're watching us here at BCSN SportsWrap, Bryan and AD, want to remind you, make sure you're following us on our social media at MyBCSN1, the number 1. That's on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook is where you can find us at MyBCSN1, the number 1. Make sure you check out the website, mybcsn.net. Anywhere we have a streaming event, you know, we basically, you know, did the baseball Lone Star Diamond Classic out in Frisco, Texas. All of those games were broadcast and streamed live on our website. You know, whether it's football, basketball, baseball, you know, anything we do, it's streamed.
Volleyball,
yeah, all of it appears there. All replays of those games are there on our site. You can even stay up to date with everything going on with your school by simply going take a look at your school in the conferences section. All of the Twitter feeds are there. So there's no reason why you can't go to our website and stay abreast of what's happening in HBCU sports. Make sure you download the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. If you're watching us up there in the top right corner there, my JBN, my BCSN, go to your Apple Store, your Google Play Store. Make sure you log in, and make sure you're subscribing. If you're listening to us on the podcast, in the audio version, or if you're watching us on YouTube, make sure you like and subscribe so that way you can get alerts as to our show updates, and then share 2 people. If everybody shared it with 2 people, 2 friends, you would help to continue to make this platform that we have grow, help us grow this show. And then, of course, financially, hey, we love, whatever you have to give. A cup of coffee, as I like to say, is enough for us. Just go to my BCS. No, what is the website, Drew? It's not up on the screen, so hell, I can't remember. I can give all these other
BCSN.net/support.
Yeah,
/support. I thought you were talking about the general website.
See, there you go. I'm trying to help us here. I done gave all the other plugs. I'm throwing one to you. mybcsn.com/support. mybcsn.net. I think it's .com. Look, you even give people the wrong site. So again,
hey, I guarantee you that 15-second spot is going to run during this show.
Okay. Well, when you see
just watch it.
When you see it, make sure to go to that website and give us a cup of coffee. All right. So again, we have women's All-American teams, men's All-American teams, player of the year, coach of the year. Let's just kind of explain a little bit how this all works. Okay, so essentially we've been tracking players of the year all season, right? All season we've been tracking players of the year, players of the week in NAIA, Division II NCAA, and Division I NCAA. So we've been watching, we've been paying attention to who the top players are, and we basically have created 2 teams. It's a top 10 of the best players, regardless of position. Obviously basketball these days, it's being played regardless of, 2 forwards, 2 guards, a center. That's how we grew up. Nowadays, it's 3 and 2, whatever, man. It's just, we just want the best. We want to recognize the best backcourt players, the best front court players, and kind of give them their praise. So we're going to start with the women. We broke it up into NAIA, Division II, and Division I. All right. So let's start off with the NAIA players. So this is our first team on our NAIA. And I got to make sure I pull up all my information here, so I make sure I know who I'm talking about here. All right. The NAIA first team. It's going to start with Miss Ashika Alexander from Langston University. Ashika helped Langston to an 8-8 record, 4-6 in the SAC. Most importantly, though, that Langston team, as a 7 seed in the tournament, got all the way to the conference championship. I think they knocked out the 3 seed, knocked out the 2 seed, something to that effect.
Yeah, they knocked out 2, 3, and then lost to 1.
Lost to 1. I mean, in a close game. So she
Should
was
have beaten 1.
Yeah, she was a 3-time BCSN Player of the Week, which kind of puts her there. But more importantly, she led her conference in scoring, and then she was actually the number 5 scorer in NAIA. The travesty of all of the accomplishments was that SAC conference did not put Ashika on its first team. I'm going to talk, that's ridiculous. There's no way your conference scorer, leading scorer, and one of the top 10 scorers in the country should be on the second team. I mean, short of Jesus and the 4 of the 12 disciples being on the first team.
Which they were not.
Right. You can't leave Ashika Alexander off the first team. That was ridiculous. So shame on you Sooner Athletic Conference. But anyway, Ashika averaged 22.2 a game, 6.7 rebounds a game, 1.9 assists, 2.3 steals, a block per game, shot 45.5% from the field, over 38% from the three-point arc, 65% free throw shooter. So congratulations to Ashika Alexander. Our next player, Miss Shaquanza Brown from Edward Waters. And needless to say, I got to pull up my notes here on Shaquanza.
Believe she led the nation in steals, Brian, and I'm going off the dome. She averaged over 5 assists per game, and she was the second leading scorer on Edward Waters and one of the top scorers in the GCAC conference.
Right. I believe she was also Defensive Player of the Year.
Yes,
in the conference. Yeah, definitely deserving. And look, if you've never seen Shaquanza play, she's only 5'4", and that might be giving her
with shoes on.
Yeah, I'm saying that's probably giving her an inch, but I mean, she goes. So I mean, she is a spitfire and a hell of a player, very deserving on the All-American team, no doubt, first team. Also, her teammate, Laquanza Glover. Laquanza Glover from Edward Waters. Now we should also mention Edward Waters here finished their season 13-5, I believe, was the final record. They were the GCAC co-regular season champs, went to the tournament finals. It is the third time in the past 4 years or past 4 seasons that Edward Waters was in that conference championship game. But Laquanza Glover, she was a first-team All-GCAC. She was our player of the week twice. She was a conference player of the week a couple of times. She was number 2 in the conference in scoring. Nationally, she was ranked 5th in offensive rebounds, 7th in total rebounds. She had 11 double-doubles in the year. She's actually, I believe, the only player on our first team that averaged a double-double. She averaged 17 and 12.7. Added in with 3.4 assists, 2.7 steals a game, 50% from the field, 60% from the free throw line. Laquanza Glover may be listed as she has numbers as a forward, but she is a guard.
Because she's actually a guard side. I think she's listed at like 5'8", 5'9", but she might be 5'7".
Yeah, she's more around 5'7", no doubt.
And Brian, one other thing about her, 50 career double-doubles.
Yeah, 50 career double-doubles. Wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
All right. Also on the first team, Taisha Juhan from Talladega. Talladega had a 15-3 record, 5-1, one of those co-champions in the GCAC. She was actually the GCAC Player of the Year, a first-team All-GCAC player. She was our Player of the Week one time. She was number 3 in the conference in scoring, number 4 in the conference in steals. She averaged 17 points a game, 7.7 rebounds a game, 2.3 assists, 2.6 steals, 40% from the field, shot 36% from the three-point line, 71% at the free throw line. So Talladega, unfortunately, one of those teams that did not make it into the postseason tournament. Neither did Edward Waters, which also was disappointing.
And Edward Waters was the highest ranked team that was left out of the tournament. And I don't mean that just because they were an HBCU. They were the highest ranked team left out of the NAIA tournament.
Right.
As far as RPI or whatever the net or whatever they call this thing these days.
Yeah, so ridiculous. But congratulations to Taisha Juhan. And then our final member of the first team, Kiana Tolbert of Florida Memorial. Florida Memorial, 10-11 on the year, 99 in the conference. Tolbert was she was a first-team All-Sun Conference, 3-time Sun Conference Player of the Week. She was our BCSN Player of the Week twice. in the Sun Conference, she led the conference in scoring. She was the number 3 overall scorer, points per game in the nation, and had the number 2 percentage in the conference in field goal percentage. Averaged 22.7 a game, 5.9 rebounds a game, 2.6 assists. Shot 46% from the field, 35.5 from the three-point arc, 61.5 at the free throw line. Just an amazing scorer. I mean, Kiana Tolbert can go get a bucket anytime she wanted to go get a bucket. It was there for her. So
Yes.
Outstanding. So yeah. So those those players, Ashika Alexander from Langston, Laquanza Brown, and Laquanza Glover, both from Edward Waters College, Taisha Juhan from Talladega College, and Kiana Tolbert from Florida Memorial. Anything else you want to add on that first team, Drew?
No, it's just interesting, Brian. I was just thinking about this. You down 1 point. Who you get the ball to out of this group? Because all of them can put it in the hole.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer that. I was just thinking about that.
Yeah, that's interesting because you got either Brown or Juhan that's going to bring the ball up the floor. You're most likely going to have Alexander or Tolbert out on the wings. And if either one of those two ladies get the ball, I mean, you
got to shoot. You need to shoot it with about 5 to 6 seconds to have Laquanza available to get the offensive rebound in case.
That's what I was going to say. The odd person out is probably Laquanza, but if it's a miss, she's most likely to go get the rebound and go right back up with it. So that's kind of how I see that playing out. So yeah, that's an interesting idea. I don't know whoever has the ball in their hands is the one that's going to do something with it. I mean, short of Brown, that might be the true passing guard of that group is Shaquanza Brown.
Yeah, if you got to go coast to coast, that's where you want to have the ball. If it's in a half court set, you may run something a little bit different.
Correct. All right, let's move over to Division II. Our Division II players. Now, the thing about
you going Division II, or are you doing a second team?
I'm sorry. Yeah. I guess we said we do that. So let's quickly. I just want to make mention of our second team in the NAIA. Our second team in the NAIA, we have Nina Bishop from Xavier, Louisiana. Xavier was the GCAC Conference Tournament champions. Even won a game in the postseason. Talia Edwards from Langston. Talia, part of that Langston team that made the run into the tournament. Shay Johnson from Rust. Shay, I believe, was a first-team all-conference selection. First or second. I believe she was first, though. Jalen Lawson of Langston. So she was player of the week for us one time. Jalen Lawson.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a total of 3 Langston players in that top 10. And then Amari Pittman from Tougaloo. Tougaloo may not have had the greatest of seasons, but Amari
Pittman is a walking bucket.
Right. She was definitely a standout and could definitely put some points up when she needed to. So, again, Nina Bishop from Xavier, Talia Edwards, Langston, Shay Johnson from Rust, Jalen Lawson from Langston, and Amari Pittman from Tougaloo. So that is our NAIA group, first and second team. Let's go to Division II, NCAA Women's Division II now. Now, the thing about the Division II, many of these young ladies, unfortunately, did not get a chance to play as many games as, some of the teams in
as anybody else. Just frankly, Division II, men or women, did not play a lot of games. They didn't even play what a normal conference schedule would be this year.
Right. Yeah,
most of them played in low teens in games. I don't think any of them played 15. except for West Virginia State.
Yeah, except for West Virginia State, and the minimum to be eligible for the tournament was 11 games. Is that correct, Drew?
Yes, on Division II level.
Right. So, you know, it was definitely half of a season in terms of a normal year, but you know, these ladies still played, and so we want to recognize them. And again, any of the people that we recognize, their school or their program had to play at least a minimum number of games for us to include them. Okay. So let's start with the first team, Division II. We're going to start with Ayana Bay from Benedict. And, you know, Benedict went 12-3 on the year. And in those, that's 15 games, but Bay only played in 13 games. She averaged 18.2 a game, 8.6 rebounds, 1.6 assists, 1.2 steals, shot 51% from the field, just under 40% from the arc, and 84.5%. And look, Bay was one of the top players. I believe she was the SIAC Player of the Year last year.
Last year, correct.
Yeah, and obviously the SIAC not choosing to play or host tournaments or championships this year, Benedict didn't get a chance to defend their championship. So pretty much everything between Benedict really came down to that matchup that they had with Tuskegee.
You said they lost how many games this year?
Yeah, Benedict went 1-3 in the 4 games. Again, that's their 3 losses to Tuskegee. So tough year for Bay and Benedict. It'll be interesting to see if she comes back next season. I don't know what her future plans are, but it'll be interesting to see if she comes back for the 5th year. I'm sure that the coaches would definitely want her back if she decided to come back. Also on the first team for Division II, India Blakely from Tuskegee. And India, she averaged 13.6 a game, played in about 14 games. One of the top leaders in assists per game in the nation. 5.2 assists. I think that was in the top 25. I think she was like 23 or 24 in the nation in terms of assists. But she definitely was part of a dangerous 1-2 punch for Tuskegee this year. And of course, Tuskegee, with a record of 12-2, got the at-large berth into the NCAA Division II tournament. And of course, I think they were deeply benefited from the 3 wins over Benedict. So congratulations to India Blakely. Destiny Fields of West Virginia State. Now, West Virginia State played in the MEC, the Mountain, I believe that's the Mountain East Conference.
Right.
They were 8-8 during the course of the year. She was second team all conference, averaged 13.9 a game, 7.3 assists, just about a point, 1 assist a game, 2 steals a game, 51.7% from the field, 73 at the free throw line. And that West Virginia team, though, they put up points. That team, if you never got a chance to watch West Virginia State, they just play a fun brand of basketball. Their games need to be broadcast every week because they put up points, man. And
it's kind of like what Kentucky has been in traditionally as far as scoring, as far as the pace of their scoring.
Yeah, that entire conference, they just score points, man. There's some of the top scoring women's teams in Division II are in that conference, the MEC. So that team goes. So you may look at 13.9 and it may not seem like a lot, but they've got scores on the team. I mean, she's one of, I think, of about 3 or 4 girls
with double-digit scoring.
Yeah, who average double-digit points. So it's like any given night, somebody could just go off. And so also on the first team, Shayla Jackson from Shyla Jackson, excuse me. I always get that wrong. I see a Shayla, but then it's always a Shyla. Shyla Jackson from Tuskegee. She was our BCSN Player of the Week one time. She played in 14 games, averaged 17.4, 9.4 rebounds a game, 1.9 steals, 58.2 from the field, 78% from the free throw line. And I can think of no better praise for Miss Jackson. You know, that big series against Benedict, she dropped 36 and 14, I think were the numbers, in game 2 of that series, which was the first win in how many years had it been? Almost
2013.
Yeah, almost 8 years, 9 years, something like that. That
Yeah.
Tuskegee,
Or was it 2011 and 13 losses? Something like that.
it was a good period of time.
It was Barack's first term, so I think it was 2011.
No, it was Barack's second term. It was 2013.
Okay.
It was 2013, and I think it was 11 wins. So, but yeah, that first game out the box, she had decent numbers, but game 2, she 36 and 14, and that just started. They won the next 2 games in that series. She had I think that was the week she was player of the week.
Yes, it was.
That week. So, props to her. A young lady that many people probably didn't even hear about this year, Ms. Diamond Jones over at Fort Valley State, rounds off the first team for Division II. Diamond, Fort Valley was 6-5 during the season, but Diamond averaged 15.5 a game, 2.3 rebounds, 2.5 assists, 2.8 steals per game, 37% from the field, 33% from the arc, 65% from the free throw line. Outstanding scorer, one of the top scorers in Division II and amongst HBCU schools. The second team for the Division II level, made up of Kayla Cunningham for West Virginia State. She was the number 2 scorer, or I believe number 2 or 3 on that team. You also had Nia Jackson from Lincoln, Missouri. You had Wakira Johnson-Kelly from Benedict. That's the second Benedict player. You had Charity Spears from West Virginia State.
Cheers.
What'd I say?
Cheers.
Charity. What'd I say?
SP.
All right. Shears. Charity Shears. Thank you. You always corrected me. Well,
Mama don't want you to get their name wrong.
Yes. All right. Charity Shears. And Lena Eunice from Tuskegee. So Tuskegee with 3 players in the top 10. West Virginia State with 3 players in the top 10. Congratulations to all those ladies for being recognized on our All-American first and second team. Now we go to Division I. And this was an exciting group of young ladies. I really enjoyed watching these players. And these players represented some of the best players and teams of the year. I really think the choice for player of the year, you could have legitimately made an argument for 4 or 5 different young ladies. I really think you could have. And I think however you choose to value or whatever, however you look at the word value in terms of most valuable player is how you might have chosen who would be the most valuable player, so on and so forth, or the national player of the year. But I think you had a couple of conference players of the years. Definitely all of these ladies on the first team, all of them were first team in their conference. So we're going to start with Dariana Lewis from Alabama A&M. Now, they were 10-7 in the season, 8-6 in the SWAC. Of course, she was first team. She was a 4-time SWAC Player of the Week. She was a 2-time BCSN Player of the Week. She led the conference. Now, she led the SWAC in scoring, rebounding, and field goal percentage. Again, she led the conference in scoring, rebounding, and field goal percentage. Averaged 17.8 and 13 rebounds per game, Her rebounding average was, I believe, number 2 in the nation. Averaged 2.1 blocks a game, 60% from the field, and shot 62% at the free throw line. So outstanding numbers by Miss Lewis.
You know, Brian, and before we go on with this list, and I'm looking at these and thinking about some of the nominees that we saw come across our list, you know, the HBCU conference, particularly the SWAC, MEAC, are usually known as guard conferences. But we've got a lot of bigs who are represented on this list and on our subsequent list on the women's side.
Well, I think you have a lot of forwards, bigs, as you call them, that came from other schools. When you look at the list of players, I mean, on our first team, you've got 3 players that came from other schools. I can't speak to a couple of the young ladies, I'm not sure, but I know for sure 3 of them did. They transferred to an HBCU. So say whatever you want to say about that, but whether it was, hey, you didn't find what you wanted to find at the other schools, and then when you got to the HBCU that you're at, you kind of blossomed in, so we're kind of seeing that's what we're seeing, Drew. And so, the question is, can we get them? Can those young ladies come in at the young ages and develop, into what we see?
Right.
Okay. That's, I think, the biggest question is going to be down the road. Okay, back to our All-American list. How about Miss Deja Rogan, a.k.a. Rogan, from Jackson State? She was the SWAC Player of the Year. Of course, led Jackson State to an outstanding regular season and conference championship. 18-5 record, 14-1 in the SWAC. She was the SWAC tournament MVP. She was twice a BCSN Player of the Week. She was second in the SWAC in scoring and in 3-pointers a game. Led the SWAC in free throw shooting, I believe, free throw percentage. That's 17.2 points a game, 3.5 rebounds a game, 2.5 assists a game, 2 steals, 42.5% from the field, 40% from the arc, and 80%, just under 81 actually, from the free throw line. Man, Deja can put it up, no doubt. And I really outstanding player, man. Part of a dynamic 1-2 punch, no doubt. From North Carolina A&T, Miss Shannon Scott. She led North Carolina A&T to a 14-2 record, 9-1 in the conference. The Aggies were the MEAC South Division champs, and then they won the tournament. She was a first-team All-MEAC player. She was the MEAC Player of the Week 4 times during the year. She was once our BCSN Player of the Week. She was first in the conference in the I think it's a very underrated stat, the assist-to-turnover ratio. She was number
1. If you play point guard, it's not.
Yeah, she was number 1. She was number 2 in the conference in steals, number 3 in the conference in field goal percentage, number 4 in scoring, number 5 in rebounding, assists, and free throw percentage. I mean, Scott just checked all the boxes for A&T this year. 13.7 a game, 8.7 rebounds, 3.5 assists, just over 2 steals a game, shot 44% from the field, and just under 80% at the free throw line. So, and I believe she too was a transfer to North Carolina A&T for her grad season. So she had a great season for A&T. How about Miss Jayla Thornton from Howard, the MEAC Player of the Year? Led Howard to a 15-4 record, 10-2 in the conference. She was a 5-time MEAC Player of the Week, 2-time BCSN Player of the Week, first team All-MEAC, of course, second in the conference in free throw percentage, 5th in scoring, and I believe she is Howard's all-time 3-point shooter in terms of 3-point field goals made. averaged 13.5 points a game, 3.1 rebounds a game. That 3-point average was 32.9% and shot 81% from the free throw line. Think about, Drew, we got 3 young ladies right there shooting in the 80% ballpark at the free throw line. That's outstanding.
What our friend Rick Polk say? Free 99.
Yes, indeed. All right. And then the 5th member of our first team would be Amisha Williams from Jackson State. She was the SWAC Defensive Player of the Year. And as I pull up her averages, I think let me see, I can tell you exactly here. She averaged 15.7 a game, but nationally is where, she ranked number 9 in total blocks in the nation, 79 blocks. She was 5th in blocks per game nationally, just over 3 a game. Double doubles. She was 5th in the country in double doubles. She had 17 double doubles during the course of the season. That's 10 or more points and 10 or more rebounds for those of you who are like, what the hell is a double double? And she was 14th in the nation in field goal percentage, 56.18.
If you don't know what a double double is, we thank you for tuning in to this show, but you may not catch some of the references in this show, but this is a basketball only show.
Yeah. The second team. Now, I'll be honest, Drew. This second team is doggone just as good as the first team. And it's like, I would really love to see this second team play the first team. If I had to,
if you imagine them going against each other in practice,
I would love to have an all-star matchup of our first team versus the second team. I don't know. I don't know how we could hook that up for the summer. That'd be a great summer series. I don't know. Just anybody that wants to make that happen, you send us a tweet, let us know. But here's our second team. Okay, and you may listen to our second team and say, no, that person should be on the first team.
Here's the question, Brian. If somebody says that, who are you taking off?
Who are you taking off? That's the part that always stumps you, and that's how you know you got a good list. Because if you got to figure out who am I taking off, yeah, that's how tough it was. So I'll go through the names here. You got Ayanna Emanuel from Alabama State, who was a first team all conference in the SWAC. She averaged 16.4 a game, part of that dynamic duo for Alabama State. Then you had Anjanae Hutton, only a freshman from Howard University. And I'll tell you, her numbers were outstanding this year for I don't want to minimize it by saying for a freshman, but honestly, for a freshman, she had some really nice numbers. I had them pulled up here. So
just think when she gets back to normal with normal training and everything else that you should be getting your freshman year. She's not even getting that and still putting up ridiculous numbers.
Right. Hutton averaged, I can tell you here in a second. Let's see. She averaged 11 points a game, which, was top 15 in the conference, but she was number 2 in the conference in rebounds at 9.8. She was number 1 in the conference in field goal percentage, right at 50%. Block shots, she was number 5 in the conference in block shots per game. Offensive rebounds, she was number 3 in the conference. Defensive rebounds, she was number 2. And again, freshman, true freshman, or maybe she's a redshirt freshman. So that's, anybody that's wondering, that's how she made this list. Outstanding job. Then you've got Anissa Rivera from North Carolina Central. And I'll tell you what, man, Anissa Rivera's numbers, she could have easily been the MEAC Player of the Year. I don't know what the final votes were, but when you go and look at the stat line for Anissa Rivera had some really outstanding numbers this year for North Carolina Central. She led the conference in scoring, 16.5 a game. She led the conference in rebounding, 10.5. She was the only player in the conference to average a double-double. Her field goal percentage was number 11 in the conference. Steals was top 10. 3-point field goal percentage was number 6 in the conference. So not only can she shoot the rock, but she's rebounding it and scoring it as well. And then she led the conference in block shots. And Anissa was 9th in the country in blocks per game. So, Amisha Williams was number 5. Anissa Rivera was the only other HBCU player, women's player, in the top 10. Also on a on Division I team, Shamaya Ward from Alabama State. Miss Ward averaged right there at about 16 points a game, 16.3 matter of fact, for Alabama State. Her and her teammate, definitely a dynamic duo. Ward had 12 double-doubles during the course of the season, which was 27th best in the in Division I. Just taking into consideration, she played 5 less games than Amisha Williams. Amisha Williams, who had 17. Ward, had she had 5 more games, had Alabama State played a non-conference, who knows where Ward and Emmanuel's stats might be.
Right.
And then the last member of the second team, Deja Winters from North Carolina A&T State. And Deja Winters, heck of a shooter for A&T. Of course, made the clutch bucket in the conference tournament game, in the championship game, matter of fact. She was actually the 4th leading scorer in the conference, averaging 14.1 points a game. Shot just under 40% from the field. Number 5 in the conference in steals. Number 2 in 3-point field goal percentage. She put up 150 threes on the year, which were the most, and she made 52, which was the most in the conference. So, she definitely, that was Coach Robinson's, shooter. I mean, when you needed a bucket, and obviously she's cold as ice, as you saw in the tournament. So, again, the second team consists of Ayana Emanuel, Ajane Hutton, Anissa Rivera, Shamaya Ward, Deja Winters from North Carolina A&T. Let's take a break, Drew, and when we come back from the break, let's introduce our National Players of the Year on the women's side, and then our Women's Coaches of the Year from the NAIA Division II and Division I level. You're watching the BCSN SportsWrap. This is our basketball postseason show with Bryan and AD. We'll be back right after these words. Welcome back to the BCSN SportsWrap. Brian Fulford, AD Drew here. Make sure you're following us on social media at MyBCSN1, the number 1. If you want to follow us individually, you can follow Drew at BCSN Drew. Find me at DRB365. And again, this is our basketball postseason show. We've just given our women's All-American team from the NAIA Division II and Division I levels. So now we get into naming and announcing our National College Women's Player of the Years. And very tough choices, no doubt. I mean, all of these ladies, you know, from our first team, obviously our Player of the Year comes from the first team. And so we want to thank the voters, our voting folks from the HBCU Pro Sports Media Association, as well as you fans. I mean, we did have a single vote was given to the fans. So the fans got a vote as if they were one person, and, you know, they made their votes heard. And so between the votes from the fans and our media members from the HBCU Pro Sports Media Association, we have our Players of the Year. So from the NAIA, our 2021 NAIA Women's Player of the Year is from Edward Waters College, and she is Miss LaQuanza Glover. LaQuanza Glover from Edward Waters. And we'll get that squared away there. So if you're watching this, you'll be like, hey, who was that? So our Players of the Year, I'll just, while we're getting that squared away, again, just to recap, LaQuanza, you know, I mentioned a few stats earlier, her accomplishments during the season. You know, LaQuanza from Edward Waters.
Keep talking. This what happens when you do live sometime.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just trying to find my info on LaQuanza. That's all. So LaQuanza, yeah, from Edward Waters again, regular season co-champs. She was a first-team All-GCAC, 2-time BCSN Player of the Week, GCAC Player of the Week 3 times, number 2 in scoring, number 5 in offensive rebounds in the nation, number 7 in total. I believe we only had 4 players, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Drew, only 4 women's players drop a 20-20. What I mean by 20-20, 20 points and 20 rebounds. I believe Amisha Williams did it. I believe Dariana Lewis did it. LaQuanza Glover did it twice. Does that sound about right?
That is exactly right.
All right. You got other stuff going on. What the hell you got going on in those boxes, Drew? I looked up and it's like there's somebody else going on in the box. What's going on there, brother? All right, there we go. We got the graphics squared away.
We got it squared, brother.
All right. You know, we might have just teased and give a spoiler alert on some of the spoiler alert. Look away. Hope you didn't see all the other stuff that we dropped. You know, we might need to go in post-production here and clean that up, but who knows? You may just be watching it and you'll be like, oh, I just saw the Player of the Week from another division. But anyway, LaQuanza Glover, congratulations on being our 2021 NAIA Player of the Year. Well-deserved. Drew, any thoughts on LaQuanza?
I mean, she is just a outstanding player. She not a whole lot that we haven't already said about her. She can score at will, bro. Not only she can score at will, she rebounds at will. She does everything that a coach wants a player to do.
Let me ask this. Maybe, you know, I'm not going to ask you to reveal who you voted for in particular, but maybe just the thought process in voting. And as you talk to other people, and maybe this will give people who are watching this or listening behind the scenes or behind the mic thought. What goes into your thought process or voters when you're deciding on who to give or recognized as the National Player of the Year?
For me,
yeah, you or generalize it. I mean, whatever.
Obviously, you look at stats. You look at the best teams, best players, best teams, and then it's just what do you personally prefer? You know, when you got somebody who's a double, even when their scoring is off, they've got their rebounds. You know, when you're looking at the guard position, you may not score squat this game, but when you are, you know, when your assists are up and your steals are up, you know, you start looking at those intangibles that separated. And then let's be real, Brian. I don't care if it's YMCA or NBA, WNBA. 9 times out of 10, everybody in the stands knows who the best player on the floor is. Does the best player on the floor live up to that expectation?
Right, because
if they do night in and night out, that's who you consider for your MVP, most outstanding player of the year, whatever you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you got to imagine the other team is game planning, knowing what you do and who you are. So,
right. If this was high school, would they put a boxing one on her?
I think it'd be hard to put a boxing one on her.
But those are the type of things that you look for. If this was high school, are you putting a boxing one on? When the coach is running in the scout team in practice, who are they saying this is the person that you have to stop? Get the ball out their hand, run them off their spots. Don't let them catch right here. Don't let them catch right there.
Right.
Who is the name that you see the most when you get that game plan for your next opponent?
Yeah. I think it says a lot for Glover to win this award, and I think the voting was very close between Glover and another player, and so that just tells me that this definitely was a tough category for the voters. All deserving players here. I would not. I think you could have gone in a couple of directions with the talent here. Again, you had two top 10 scorers, actually 2 top 5 scorers in NAIA basketball that were also part of our first team. So that just tells you the kind of competition that Glover was going up against in this category. And she really only had she only went head to head with one of these players, and that was Juhan. So you had a lot of diversity in this group of players. So really proud of our voters and their selection. Really proud of our first and second team. So,
and one other thing, Brian, Sheikah Alexander, who finished second to Glover in the voting, if she is not playing in Langston, Oklahoma, and playing in Texas, in Georgia, or somewhere closer where a lot more people could see her, she may have gotten over the top. Although Glover had a tremendous season, he's second to none. But Sheikah Alexander had a very comparable season in her conference, and there's a backstory to her. One day hopefully we can get her on the SportsWrap and have her go over that story. But she has a tremendous story, and she has the numbers to put up with it.
I'll counter what you said. I mean, I'm not going to discount it in terms of what people viewed, but a lot of times people don't get to view things. And so you kind of base your decisions on some of the superlatives that you win. And I will say that, again, one of the great travesties in all of this is that Sheikah Alexander was placed on the second team in her conference. That's BS. And I will say that without knowing who the players are or watching them play, if you look at superlatives and you match up A versus A, B versus B, and you see, oh, she made first team conference, she made second team. If it came down to that, I don't know that to be true, but I'm just kind of thinking how other people might think. That's all I'll say. So,
I mean, you have to agree with that sentiment, Brian. You know, the fact that that Glover was first team GCAC, Alexander was second team GCAC, may have been that swing vote in some of our voters' minds.
Right, which, you know, is shameful, and that's why I said what I said, that it's a shame on the Sooner Athletic Conference for even putting her on the second team. I mean, you agree with me on that part?
I definitely agree with you on that.
Okay.
And, you know, she was the only one of our first team NAIAs who was not on their conference.
Yeah, she led the freaking conference in scoring. In the nation, one of the top 5, top 10. I mean, you mean that's not worthy enough to? I mean, come on, that's.
No. Anyway, let me ask you this one last question.
I don't want to be on that all day because that's
just one last question on that, Brian. Taisha Juhan, Conference Player of the Year. Laquanza Glover, our National Player of the Year, same conference. In that case, it didn't affect the votes.
Right. And you know what? Juhan may have been affected by the fact that their team didn't win the conference. You know, I mean, all of these
they didn't win outright.
They didn't win the tournament. Yes, or make it. Yeah, I mean, and neither did EWC. So, but I mean, we're talking.
EWC defeated
Talladega. Yeah. So I mean, if you go head to again, this is the stuff that we're just telling you. This is the
correction. Xavier defeated Talladega. They didn't even get to match up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's move on, Drew. Let's move on. We got the graphics straight away because I saw like 3 other. I saw like our entire chord we gave up there. So I mean, you know, I don't know. All right. So, well, there's our. You're ahead of me, but anyway, our Division 2.
I thought we were ready to go.
Yeah, I didn't say anything yet. Anyway, our Division 2 Player of the Year from Tuskegee University, Shyla Jackson from Tuskegee. I said that right, correct?
Yes, you got it right that time.
All right, I got to remember. Hard I and not the A. Shyla Jackson from Tuskegee, again, a 17.4. 9.4 rebounds, and I'll, you know, look, her and Ayanna Bay were probably the main 2 candidates that most people and most of the voters went back and forth with, I'm sure, and it probably speaks volumes that Tuskegee beat Benedict 3 out of 4 times, and that Tuskegee went to the tournament. That clear as day. I mean,
that probably will put Jackson over the top.
Yeah, that definitely probably it probably did. It probably put so, but not that she's not deserving. Well deserving, best player, best team usually gets the MVP. So I mean and so our national player of the year in Division 2 is Shyla Jackson from Tuskegee. Well deserved. Congratulations to Miss Jackson and Tuskegee for what they accomplished. All right, moving on now. This one was close. And you know, as I said, we got easily among our first team, all 5 of these young ladies you could have made the argument for player of the year. But the votes came in, and our 2021 Division 1 Women's Player of the Year from Alabama A&M, Dariana Lewis. That's right. Miss Lewis comes in as the BCSN Player of the Year. And I think the thing that stands out to me, now, Alabama A&M's record was above 500, 10-7, 8-6. She didn't have the kind of team success that the young ladies from Jackson State, A&T, or Howard had, who were all part of the first team. But she also didn't have a number 2 like those players. I mean, Rogan had Williams, Scott had Winters, Thornton had Hutton and another young. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean a dominant. Hey, if your game is not on tonight, we're gonna go to the number 2. It's like a 1A and 1B versus a 1 and a 2. That's what those other players had. Lewis didn't really have a 1B. She was 1, and she's still the only player to average a double-double. She led the conference in scoring, rebounding, and field goal percentage. I mean, she was the best scorer, best post player, and we're talking amongst, as you said, Drew, we're talking in a conference that had Amisha Williams, Emmanuel from Alabama State, Ward. I mean, this was a tough conference in the post, and Lewis came out. I think when the votes came out, I don't remember or recall who was number 2. I don't even think we need to go there, but I just think definitely it was well deserving. And so, you know, to each his own. You know, I think there'll be people who'll see that and say, but she didn't win Conference Player of the Year. Well, you know, what were the votes for the Conference Player of the Year? I mean, how close was it? So, you know, it's all based on voting. All of these young ladies are deserving. You know, I'm just giving you my opinion based on the stats that I see. So, Dariana Lewis, 2021 BCSN Women's Player of the Year. What are your thoughts, Drew, on Lewis?
Great performance once again. No, she really didn't have a number 2 player. And also, let's keep in mind, Alabama A&M was ravaged by COVID stoppages. You know, they pretty much lost the back half of the month of January into early February, which may have contributed to her not getting even better numbers this year. And then we're talking both men and women with Alabama A&M. And this is also on the same thing. Isn't it ironic that the football team now, due to no fault of their own, is having the same issues? Alabama A&M. Not that they have COVID, but everybody who they're supposed to play is dealing with COVID. So hopefully, finally, this weekend, they'll get a game in.
I think the part of the season that was affected by Alabama A&M, you mentioned that one part in either January or February, but they were also affected by a period in December because they played 3 non-conference games. They went 2-1 in those non-conference games. Think about that for a second. They went 2-1 but they also had a handful of non-conference games that got canceled on them. So we talk about what Lewis's stats might have looked like. Who knows, you know, but where A&M might have stood. But A&M will be a favorite next year, I think, in the SWAC. Especially if Lewis comes back, with Lewis coming back, and with some of the other players that they had this year. This was a good competitive squad. I don't have all the numbers on how competitive they were against Jackson State or Alabama State, but I mean, that's your hurdle. So it was like, if that was tier 1, Alabama A&M was sitting right at the top of tier 2 in that conference. And I think when we get back to a normal year, they'll be looking at an opportunity to get right back to the top. Okay, so again, just to recap, our players of the year, again, in the NAIA, LaQuanza Glover from Edward Waters. Division II, Shyla Jackson from Tuskegee. And on Division I, Dariana Lewis from Alabama A&M. Congratulations, ladies. Let's move over to the Women's Coach of the Year. 3 outstanding coaches, had great seasons. Credit to them and their staffs being able to manage this very tough COVID season. I'm sure there were points of the year where they didn't even know if they were going to have a season. I'm sure there were points in their season that got interrupted, whether it be because of situations that happened on their campus or their program, or maybe even their athletic department. You know, they all had to face the challenges of this season, but I think they'll find that this year was rewarding in its own way. So our NAIA Coach of the Year, Charmaine Wilson from Edward Waters College is our Coach of the Year. And let me see. I just lost my notes that I had on Charmaine. I gotta love this. So Charmaine, let's see. I don't know if you're able to pull those up or not, Drew. I've lost my notes. So anyway, from what I do recall, Charmaine Wilson, this was her 10th season at Edward Waters. She has a career record, I believe it is like 171 and 110, I think is the math. She spent 7 years at Bethune-Cookman prior to coming over Edward Waters. And over the last 4 seasons, Edward Waters has been to the conference tournament championship game 3 of the last 4 years. And then remember, GCAC was actually able to have a conference tournament the year of COVID. They were the last conference to actually have a tournament. Right. So they actually had their conference tournament. So she's led them to the tournament 3 of the championship game, 3 to 4 last 4 years. This year was the first year that they actually went to won the regular season as part of a trio of teams that were co-conference champions. She's just done a great job. This year's team was 13-5, an outstanding season. Very disappointed for them that it wasn't recognized as it should have been at the end of the year by a trip to the NAIA tournament. But needless to say, we've had a chance to talk many a times with Coach Wilson. Always enjoyed her company, always enjoyed her presence and what she's about. She's about the right kind of things. And so I hope Edward Waters finds a way to hold on to her. That's all I'm going to say. But congratulations, Coach Wilson. Drew, what are your thoughts about Charmaine Wilson?
No, great job right there. Great job from her because she gets a lot of local girls. You know, Glover is from right there in Jacksonville, Florida. Brown is from right up the road in Daytona. You know, she gets a lot of players from that Georgia, Florida area to fill out her roster. So that's great. That's good for fan support right there. So great job, Coach Wilson. And you know, it's going to be interesting. That's all I say. You know, the suitors out there. So hopefully, Edward Waters and the alumni step up to the plate.
Yeah. So congratulations, Coach Wilson. Moving over to our Division II Coach of the Year. And I think it goes without saying that our Coach of the Year is Trelane Powell from Tuskegee. This was her 4th season as the head coach. The team went 12-2 this year, earning that berth into the Division II playoffs. And this comes just off a couple of seasons ago where Tuskegee had their best record in 19 years in the 2018-2019 season. And I believe they finished with over 20 wins or right at 20-6, which was the first 20-win season since 2000 in the Tuskegee program. That was also, they played in the championship game of the SIAC that same year against Benedict. So that was, and it should be noted, in 2020, the SIAC, I don't believe that they were able, no, they did have their tournament. Yeah, they had their tournament in 2020. They just got it in, if I'm not mistaken. Do you recall on that, Drew? During the COVID year? Did you hear me? I can't hear you.
My bad, bro. What was the question again?
I said, did last season, did Division II, did SIAC have their tournament last year?
Yes. Benedict won it.
Right, Benedict won it. So that was 2 years
They
ago.
defeated Tuskegee.
Oh, so okay. So they were in the championship 2 consecutive years against Benedict.
It was just last year against Benedict.
Just last year. Okay. I thought it was 2 years ago.
No, it was like it was the 20 season.
Okay. All right. So they
Matter of fact, SIAC, I believe, finished the day before the GCAC tournament.
Okay. So last year is when they lost in the tournament, but the year before that is when they had the 20-win season. Okay. Got it clear. And then again, 4 seasons. Coach Powell went from when she came in her first year, 6-21, turned it all the way around within, one recruiting cycle, and walked in 12-2 going to the tournament. Congratulations, Coach Powell. They're going to be a dangerous team going forward.
Yes.
No doubt. Going to be a dangerous team going forward. All right. Our Division I Women's Coach of the Year is Ms. Tamika Reed, Coach Reed from Jackson State, completing her 3rd season at Jackson State with back-to-back regular season championships, consecutive conference, won the conference tournament in 2021. The last time there was actually a tournament, they were in the conference tournament that year, which was her first year. In the conference, Coach Reed has a 42-9 record over the past 3 years. Let me say that again. 42-9 the last 3 seasons. This past
year. Basically, don't show up to play when Jackson State is on your schedule.
Well, look, in conference, you don't have any choice. So it's just like you just stuck.
I'll just take the forfeit.
Yeah. Oh, well, come on now, Coach. They were 18-6 this past season, which let's not underscore that. In many years, it's hard to get an 18-6 season, but they were 18-6 this past year. The year before, they were 19-10. And one thing to pay attention to going into next year, Jackson State has a 19-game home winning streak. Just something to think about. They don't lose too many times at home in Jackson State, and part of that is because of Coach Reed. So we want to congratulate Coach Reed. Jackson State had a great year, went to the tournament. They had to play Baylor in the first game, and I mean Baylor, with their size and everything.
Baylor is Baylor.
Baylor's Baylor. Chewed them. Baylor was just a bigger team, but Jackson State still had a great showing. They had a great fight. And it was a good thing to see. So, again, our Women's Coaches of the Year, Charmaine Wilson of Edward Waters College, Trelane Powell from Tuskegee, and Tamika Reed from Jackson State. So we say congratulations, coaches. Drew, let's take another break. When we come back, let's go into talking about the men's All-American teams, our Players of the Year, Coach of the Years. You're watching the BCSN Sports Wrap with Bryan and AD. We'll be back right after these words.
All right.
Why were you on mute earlier?
I saw something.
Welcome back to the BCSN Sports Wrap, Bryan and AD. And that's AD Drew right there in the nice freeze frame photo. I'm Bryan Fulford. Make sure you follow us on social media. There's Drew live and direct. Follow him on Twitter at BCSN Drew. Follow me on Twitter at DRB365. You can always support the Sports Wrap and the Black College Sports Network by going to myjbn.com/support. And feel free to give us a cup of coffee if you don't mind. So we can continue to keep doing what it is that we're doing. And what we're doing right now is talking about our postseason awards, the BCSN Men and Women's Basketball Awards. So we've done the women. We've announced the All-American teams, Players of the Year, Coaches of the Year. Just curious, where do you think the most controversy when this comes out? Where might people be buzzing, Drew? What are they going to be buzzing about? What do you think?
think definitely gonna get a little bit of buzz on Division One Women's Player of the Year. Which
that was probably the most
Rogan and Lewis. I think there's definitely going to be some conversation from some SWAC heads on that one.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to hear what SWAC folks think about.
I think the other 5 that we had chosen by our panel were pretty much spot on.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get into talking about the All-American team for the men. And I want to make sure I get all my stuff pulled up together here. We start with the NAIA men, and our All-American team consists of, first off, Malik Amos from Dillard University. And Malik, in this very shortened season for Dillard, averaged 19.11 points a game. Very disappointing that we didn't get a chance to see him in the conference tournament. Obviously, no different than a lot of programs. Dillard just had problems being able to deal with the COVID stuff. I don't know whether it was internally or just external factors that just affected them. But Amos was a first-team All-GCAC player. I believe he was last year as well. He also was an NAIA national, I want to make sure I say it right, an All-American honorable mention. NAIA All-American honorable mention. So averaged 19.11 a game, shot 40% from the field, 31% from the three-point arc, and 85% at the free throw line. So again, Malik Amos. And I don't know what Malik's actual classification is. I feel like he's at least I'm trying to see if I can look at Dillard's roster. He's a senior. So
I remember seeing him in a tournament we've done at the last 3 GCAC tournaments. I do remember seeing him in all of the above.
Right. So it'll be interesting to see if he decides to come back down the road. Also on the first team in the NAIA level, how about Daryl Baker from Talladega College? And of course, Talladega with the 25-5 record, 7-1 in the GCAC. He was a first-team selection. They won the regular season. Baker led the conference in free throw percentage at 89.9%. He averaged 15.4 a game, which I think led Talladega in scoring, or was like I think he led them in scoring, or either he was like one or right behind somebody else. 4.5 rebounds a game, 3 assists a game, shot 45% from the field, just under 36% from the arc. Daryl Baker, Talladega College.
Brian.
Yeah.
The fact that Dega played 30 games in a COVID season, no more needs to be said.
Amazing. That's all I can really say. I can't really say that any clearer than that. Rayshawn Mart from Xavier. We know Xavier. We know Rayshawn very well. He was Xavier was the GCAC tournament champions. He was the player of the year. He was the tournament MVP. He was a BCSN 2-time player of the week, 3-time GCAC player of the week. Number 4 in the nation in steals and number 16 in scoring per game. He led the conference in scoring and steals average and was 5th in rebounds. The man did it all. He led so many statistical categories. Averaged 21.6 a game, 6.6 rebounds, 2.7 assists, 2.8 steals, 46% from the field, 35.2 from the arc, shot 69% at the free throw line. Seems low, but he still averaged what he did, even at that level. So Rayshawn Mart, of course, on that first team. Devin Merriweather from Stillman College on the first team. And Stillman had an outstanding record of 17-4. They were 14-3 in the SSAC. They were the West Division champs. Merriweather was a first-team All-SSAC selection. He was 18th in the nation in assists per game at 5.2. He was number 2 in the conference in assists per game. Average 16.2 points a game, 2.8 rebounds. I gave you the assists, 1.2 steals, 50% from the field, 30% from the three-point line, and 82.4 at the free throw line. That was Devin Merriweather. And you thought that was good? Well, his teammate Trey Petty, play on words right there, right? Trey was just a little bit better. And Trey Petty, his teammate at Stillman, he was the co-player of the year in the conference. Trey Petty was. He was also a 3-time SSAC. Is it SSC or SSAC? Southern States Athletic
Conference.
Yeah, player of the week. He was a BCSN player of the week twice. He was number 4 in the conference in scoring, number 2 in steals, number 5 in field goal percentage. He averaged 18 points a game, 6.6 rebounds, 2.2 assists, 1.6 steals, shot 50% from the field as well. Imagine having 2 guards shooting 50% from the field. Ridiculous.
And he had a triple-double on the season.
Yes, I wrote this down, one of maybe 8 players to have a triple-double in NAIA. One of 8. 70% from the arc. 70% from the free throw line. The 45%, I think that was glossed over.
I think 70% from the arc.
No, yeah, well, hell, he was 45%, which is unusually high. So
pretty doggone good too.
Yeah, you're not gonna get 70, but 45. Most coaches will take 45, no doubt. Let's move over to the second team, NAIA. We're gonna start with the big man from Florida Memorial, Mubashar Ali, and I believe Mubashar was, in terms of the national stats, he was 10th in the nation in rebounds per game, 10.71. He was 20th in blocks per game, and he had the 6th most double-doubles with 14 during the course of the year.
You know what's amazing about him, Brian?
What's that?
He wasn't even the tallest player on the team.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
at 7 foot.
Yeah, 7 foot was not the tallest guy. That's a good point. Very good point. Ladarius Carter, 3rd member of the Stillman College Big Three. He was a 2nd team all-conference selection. How about Tony Hudson from Talladega College? Tony was a 1st team all GCAC, I believe. I don't have. I thought I had his numbers, his stat numbers, right with me, but I don't. So yeah, Tony Hudson. Excuse me, HUD. Excuse me, SON. Makai Richard from Xavier. He was, I believe, a 2nd team all conference, but he was a All-American honorable mention in NAIA. So that's pretty heavy. There were only about 5 HBCU guys that were recognized as All-Americans by NAIA. You had, I believe, somebody made 2nd, somebody made 3rd, or no, Mart made 1st, Petty made 2nd, and then we had 3 guys on the All-American honorable mention group. But anyway, Makai Richard made that list. And then we had, from Voorhees, we had Hector Rosario. He too was an NAIA All-American honorable mention. Hector helped lead Voorhees to an appearance in the NAIA national tournament out of winning their conference, the AII, as for the independent schools.
Association of Independent Institutions.
Association of the Independent. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm glad you have that. I was like blah blah blah.
Something about those acronyms.
I just know it was the AII. As far as I was going to go with that. All right, let's move over to Division II now. Our Division II All-American team. We're going to start with Glenn Abram from West Virginia State. Glenn averaged. West Virginia State was a 9-17. They only played conference schedule, so they were in the MEC. He was a first-team All-MEC, as well as a BCSN Player of the Week. He was second in the conference in scoring at 22.9 points a game, 4.8 rebounds a game, 3 assists a game, 1.3 steals, 41% from the field, 37 from the three-point line, 77.6 from the free throw line as well. From Tuskegee University, you had Greg Boyd, and Tuskegee's men were 6-7 on the year, but in 10 games played, Greg averaged 16.7 points a game, 2.4 rebounds a game, 2.8 assists a game, 44.1 field goal percent, 40% from the three-point arc, and a 94% free throw shooter. Woo! Mr. Boyd does not miss too many times. From Lincoln, Missouri, Quentin Drayton made the first team. Drayton averaged 16.1 points a game in 23 games played this year for Lincoln, Missouri. So, you know, Quentin, a part of a very dynamic group of players over at Lincoln, Missouri. They definitely had a very tough schedule this year.
Very? That's the best acronym you could come up with? Adjective was very?
Shortest? It's the shortest one I could come up with. You know, they actually played the national champions.
They had, what, 3 or 4 top 20 teams in their conference, including the national champions were in their conference. And
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, they should have beaten that Northwest Missouri State team both times they played them. Because one game went to overtime or was at the buzzer.
One game was at the buzzer. The second one was at the buzzer. The first game, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the stats on the first game. The score was not as close as it was from the first time. So, but yeah, Quentin Drayton from Lincoln, Missouri. Anthony Pittman from West Virginia State. So that's 2 West Virginia State Jackets. He was a first-team all-conference selection. He was our player. He was a player of the week one time. He led the conference in rebounding and blocks per game. So, again, think about this. Abram led the conference in scoring. Pittman led the conference in rebounding and block average. 17.4 points a game, 9.4 rebounds, just under 2 steals a game, just under 2 blocks a game. 58% from the field, a 78.4% free throw shooter was Anthony Pittman. And then there was Cy Witt from Lincoln, Missouri as well. So that's 2 guys from Lincoln, Missouri. Cy and Lincoln, their record on the year was 12-11 overall, 12-10 in the conference. Cy was a second team All MIAA, which is the conference that they're in. He was a BCSN Player of the Week once. He averaged 15.9 points a game, 8 rebounds a game, 1.5 assists, 1.4 steals a game, 56.6 field goal percent, of 54 at the free throw line. The second team for Division II begins with Avery Brown from Miles College. Avery averaged 17.3 a game. He had an assist to turnover ratio that ranked 35th in the nation at 2.32. averaged 1.8 steals a game, 5 assists a game. So Avery Brown, even though Miles didn't play a lot of games, he had some good numbers. Taj Green from Benedict, who averaged 15 points a game, 9.4 rebounds, and that was 24th best average in rebounds for Taj Green. Jeremiah Moore from West Virginia State makes it the third West Virginia State Yellow Jacket. Is it Yellow Jacket or just Hornets?
Yellow Jacket.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yellow Jacket. Jeremiah, in 13 games, he averaged 18.8 points a game, 8.7 rebounds a game. From the field, he was the 11th best field goal percent average at 62.66%. So Jeremiah Moore, the third member from West Virginia State. Malik Parker from Albany State made the list. Malik averaged 16.8 points a game. And from the three-point line, he shot 36.71%, which nationally I think was 70th best or 72nd best, I believe. And then you had Cameron Potts from Lincoln, Missouri. And Cameron, while he may not have averaged, I'm trying to look for his points a game, I will say that Cameron Potts, he was 16th in the nation in assists per game at 5.4. He was 31st in the nation in steals per game at just about 2. His assist to turnover ratio was a 1.54. He was one of 7 players to record a triple-double in Division II basketball this season. One of 7 to record a triple-double. So, we've got 3 players from Lincoln, Missouri, 3 players from West Virginia State, and yeah, that was our most. Yeah, those were our 2. Those are our 2 primary schools from Division II. Anything I missed there that you want to add from the Division II level, Drew?
No. I think we hit it. It's just, 6 of your 10 players came from the same school, and in a division where not a lot of teams play, it may seem like that was everybody, but there were other Division II teams that played. These were definitely the best of the best.
Right. All right, moving over to Division I now. Our Division I Players of the Year, our All-American team, rather. We'll start with, let me make sure we got these in order here because I thought it might have been a little off here. Well, okay, you just have the main graphic there. Okay, well, there you go. All right, so we'll start with Anthony Tark from Coppin State. Yeah, Anthony Tark from Coppin State. Anthony Tark from Coppin State. Coppin had a 9-13 record overall, 8-4 in the conference. But Tark was the offensive player of the year, the defensive player of the year. I mean, very, very rarely do you get both awards. I don't know what the total number of times that's happened in the MEAC, but even in a year like this, it's pretty impressive that he was recognized for both. He was a first-team All-MEAC. He was a Player of the Week 3 times. He was a Defensive Player of the Week 5 times. He's a Lou Henson Award finalist. He's a Lefty Drizel Award finalist, an NABC All-District player. Averaged 16.1 a game, 8.2 rebounds, 3.6 assists, 2.6 steals, 1.9 blocks per game, 47.3% from the field, Shot 32% from the arc, 56.1 from the free throw line. That was Anthony Tart. Jawan Daniels from Prairie View A&M made the list, and Prairie View finished with a 16-5 overall record, a perfect 13-0 in the SWAC regular season. Unfortunately for Daniels and Prairie View, they lost in the conference championship game to Texas Southern. That was Prairie View's, I believe, third regular season championship. They were co-champs this year. Daniels was an all-SWAC second team player, another travesty. Second team, unbelievable. He was a two-time SWAC player of the week, BCSN player of the week. He's number 2 in field goal percentage. Daniels averaged 15.4 a game, 6.1 rebounds, and 1.1 assists. Shot 55.8 from the field, 45.5 from the arc, Drew. My God, 45. That's ridiculous.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
What's the home winning streak to now?
You know what?
30s?
I don't
About
know.
35, I think, by now.
I don't know. Maybe we'll bring it up here later on, but I think it is in the 30s. It may just be.
We call Mike Washington. He'll tell us.
The Baby Dome. Yeah, unbeaten, unbeatable in that place. Let's keep going here. On our first team, we've got Tristan Jarrett from Jackson State. He was the SWAC Player of the Year. Jackson State co-champs regular season. They finished 11-0, 12-6 overall, though. He was a SWAC first team player. He was a BCSN player twice. He was a SWAC Player of the Week twice. Averaged 21.1 a game, 5.3 rebounds a game, 1.4 assists, 1.4 steals, 57.4 from the field, 35.8 from the arc, 84% at the free throw line. Woo! Tristan Jarrett filling it up on a night in and night basis. His teammate, Javius McKinnis, made the first team as well. McKinnis was, let me pull up McKinnis numbers here. If I'm not mistaken, McKinnis led the nation, or I don't think he led the nation, but he was close to leading the nation in rebounds per game. I know he had good numbers in terms of the SWAC was concerned. He averaged 13.2, which I think was either maybe top 5, might even been as high as number 2 in the nation. In terms of scoring, McKinnis averaged 12.5. So he was the only one who averaged a double-double, I believe. 12.5 assists, or 12.5 points a game. And what I say the rebounding was, 13.2?
Yes.
13.2. So Javius McKinnis putting in some solid numbers and earning a first-team All-American. Definitely was a dynamic number 2 for Jackson State. You know, if I'm going to call Tristan Jarrett 1A, Javius McKinnis was 1B. And then we had Davion Warren of Hampton University. Hampton had an 11-14 overall record. They finished 9-9 in the Big South. Warren was the Big South Player of the Year. He was a first-team All Big South selection, NABC District First Team. He was a 4-time Player of the Week, 2-time BCSN Player of the Week, averaged 21.2 a game, 6.3 rebounds a game, 3 assists, and 2 steals a game. Shot 45% from the arc, 45% from the field, 30% from the arc, 75% at the free throw line. And the second team for Division I consists of Troy Baxter from Morgan State. Baxter had very good numbers for Morgan State. Also consisted of Cameron Langley of North Carolina A&T, one of the nation leaders in steals and assists. Cam Mack from Prairie View A&M, he too also one of the nation leaders in assists. Datorian Ware from Morgan State. I think, Drew, Datorian Ware might be the only player on any level that was not a starter on his team. But while he may not have been a starter, he led the conference in scoring, 17 a game. So you talk about getting tremendous value from a young man. That would be what Morgan State Coach Broadus got from Datorian Ware. And, of course, who will forget the 2 30-point performances he put on in the first 2 games of the MEAC tournament. It's a shame that, well, not a shame because Norfolk State just did a great job of locking him up. But who knows what it would have looked like had Morgan and Ware actually got hot in that championship game. But, needless to say, it didn't happen. And then the 5th member of the Division I All-American team, Michael Weathers from Texas Southern. Of course, Weathers played a key role all season long for Texas Southern in getting them to win the conference tournament where they, I believe, beat the 3 seed and the 2 seed. Or actually, other way around. They beat 2 and 1 because they were the 3 seed. Yeah. So they beat 2 and 1. So again, Division I, second team consists of Troy Baxter from Morgan State, Cam Langley from A&T, Cam Mack from Prairie View, Datorian Ware from Morgan, and Michael Weathers from Texas Southern. When we come
Brian,
back,
Brian, you talked about Morgan State. What about how those MEAC North teams just beat up on each other all season long throughout the basketball season? And number 2, I hope that everybody got a good look at these players while they were at your university, because about half of this list, it seems like, has either will be graduating or entering the portal.
Well, that's the thing. That's a big thing. These guys who get all of a sudden an opportunity, you're going to have bigger schools calling on them. And so as much as we'd like for them to stay and play another year, it just so happens that, the way the system works nowadays is the guys from mid-majors actually get a chance to play their last year or 2 at the upper tier programs because those guys missed them and the HBCUs developed them. And so you go where the grass is greener because being on the green grass is going to actually help you get to play professionally, and that's sort of the unfortunate reality, at least of the system right now, right?
Yes, sir. Unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately. All right. So any other final thoughts about our men's All-American teams, Drew?
Let's go ahead and take a break. Let's come back. Let's get to the players of the year, the coaches of the year, and get to our national champions.
I like the sounds of that. All right. We'll be back right after these words. You're watching the BCSN SportsWrap with Bryan and AD. We'll be back in just a moment.
Have you had your Earth Blend coffee today? At Earth Blend Coffee, we take pride in offering you the very best of beans across the world. Blended and roasted to perfection.
Bees get to the rankings.
Giving you superior quality and satisfying and flavorful taste. Experience the world in one cup.
We are 32 into this half. So we had 2 hours right now total.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Your ad could be ran here.
All right, we're back. And
myjbn.com/support. myjbn.com/support for more information.
All right. Welcome back to the BCSN SportsWrap. Bryan and AD, live and direct, not on mute. Ready to bring it home here. Drew, make sure there you go.
I'm good.
All right.
I got a little background noise, so I was muting so it wouldn't get picked up.
Yeah, exactly. Be quiet back there in Drew's background. We got a show we're doing, doggone it. Hey, okay, let's get into our player of the year. And very similar to our women's player of the year, we want to thank the members of the HBCU Pro Sports Media Association, as well as you, the fans, who had a singular vote. All of the voting you did added up to one representative vote in this process. And so it's time to announce just before I announce Drew, let me ask this. Which group do you think was the toughest to select the most, the player of the year? Which level?
You talk about both men and women?
No, we're in the men. So
just on the men's side, I would say Division I was pretty much cut dry for me. Division II, probably the NAIA.
That's interesting. You thought it was cut and dry for Division I, huh?
Yeah, to me, I think it was cut dry for me for Division I.
Okay, you have to tell me off air who your vote was. I'm curious. Or you may have told me, but I forgot. I definitely think Division I was the toughest. Yeah, I have to say Division I was the toughest. But actually, Division I might have been tough, but really because of the parity, I really think Division II was really the hardest to separate because of the fact that you had teammates and then you had the parity factor. So I could easily see the voting coming down to the slimmest of margins in this category.
I think that's what happened on the NAIA level also, because we had a pair of teammates on the NAIA level and a pair of teammates on the Division II level vying for Player of the Year.
Yeah, well, I think if you're good, you're good, and so, every team, trust me, whether you believe it or not, every team has a 1A and a 1B, or maybe a 1 and a 2. Sometimes it's a 1A and 1B. Sometimes it's a 1 and 2. But needless to say, here's our NAIA Men's Player of the Year. He is none other than Rayshawn Mart from Xavier University. And again, Rayshawn just did everything for this team. And Rayshawn just does so many good things for Xavier, and he led them in so many statistical categories, and well-deserving, nationally recognized as well, an All-American. So congratulations to Rayshawn Mart. Anything you want to add there about Mart, or just the NAIA Player of the Year, Drew?
No, I think, well, it's not necessarily about Mart, but Petty and Merriweather going head to head, I think split the vote from either one of them getting in. I'm not saying that Mart didn't deserve it because of that, but I think that was a factor to help Mart along the way.
Yeah, I love our voters, but I'm always curious. Petty was the Player of the Year in the conference. Now, I don't think we had two players from the same school where one teammate was the player of the year in the conference and the other player won the national player of the year. So I really feel like if the conference select them as player of the year, you almost by default have to think of so-and-so as the national player of the year. You know what I'm saying? I just, now you may have differences of opinion within the conference, as we've seen, as to who should have probably been the player of the year in the conference. So maybe somebody jumps over someone else on a national level. But I just think on the same team, it should have been clear as day. And so, that's just my thought. So congratulations to Rayshawn Mart. Over on the Division II side, it is Greg Boyd from Tuskegee. And of course, Greg, 16, just under 17 points a game, 2.4 rebounds, 2.8 assists, 40% from the three-point arc, 94% free throw shooting. Drew, what's your thoughts on Boyd? Do you think, you mentioned teammates taking votes away. Do you think the guys from West Virginia split from each other?
I think if it would have been one or the other in voting and there would have been a fourth candidate from another school, I think the voting would have been, once again, a lot closer, because you had one player from West Virginia who was one of the tops in the conferences in scoring. You had another player who was one of the tops in rebounds, blocks, but was still one of the top 10 in scoring in the conference. Also,
right,
you had two players on West Virginia. Actually, you had three good players on West Virginia, but you had two who had just tremendous numbers. And when we were haggling back and forth about, for those of us who were nominating, just put on the nominees, it was hard. It's like, which one of these two do we leave on? Can we actually justify leaving one on and taking the other one off? And we couldn't. That's why you had both players on the nominee list. Same thing in NAIA. You really couldn't leave one off without putting the other one up, because where one was outstanding in this category, this other one was outstanding in another category. So it's almost a LeBron James and Anthony Davis type situation.
Yeah, well said. Well said. Couldn't have said any better. So congratulations, Greg Boyd, Tuskegee University, Men's Player of the Year. From the Division I level, the NCAA Division I Player of the Year probably will be equally controversial. Okay. Is that the right graphic? Okay.
Yeah, we good.
Okay, because that's a little bit different than what I had on my notes, but that's understandable. We just want to double check that.
That's what I have on my notes.
Okay. The beautiful thing about us in pregame planning is that the master sheet that I'm looking at says different. So you just go back and look at that and you'll know what I'm looking at. But again, it's Tristan Jarrett from Jackson State, who, Tristan, of course, averaging 21.1 points a game. He was the SWAC Player of the Year, the SWAC regular season co-champs for Jackson State, who were co-champs at 11-0. Well-deserving for Tristan, no doubt. So,
and when we get off air, Brian, I'll go back and tell you where the notes differentiate in themselves. I just saw with what you saw.
Yeah, I don't know why.
One page says one thing, another page says another in our notes.
Okay. All right. Well, again, congratulations. Thank God for graphics. Congratulations, Tristan Jarrett, for being the BCSN Men's Player of the Year. Apologize for any confusion there. Just, so much went into this, guys. I can't even tell you. So, trying to make sure we get all this right and stay coordinated was definitely a challenge. And so, again, congratulations, Tristan Jarrett from Jackson State, our Men's Player of the Year. Let's get into the coaches. The coaches of the year from the NAIA. We're going to start with Coach John Teasley. And this was close, man, because we got to know some of the coaches on the NAIA level and some very good coaches, no doubt. But, Stillman went 17-14 this year. I think Coach Teasley, among the other candidates who I think were in this list, and I think I'm probably safe in saying that if you look at the candidates, you probably had people like Chris Wright at Talladega. You probably had Coach Williams at Xavier. Coach Teasley, his Stillman team was not expected to do what they did. I think Talladega and Xavier lived up to the expectations of preseason polls and rankings. But Stillman they were predicted to finish 5th in the conference. They went 17-4, won the West Division, ended up advancing to the round of 16. I mean, they went into the first tournament with a preseason ranking, I think, or not a preseason ranking, but they were ranked number 8, I think, or 12. There were 16 teams that got a bye. They were one of the 16. So I think their number was maybe 13 or 12. Drew, are you able to, you recall? Don't worry about it if you don't. But what Coach Tillman has done, or Teasley has done at Stillman, has been great since taking over the program. This is his 4th season. They've gone to the NAIA National Tournament every year. His record is 91-25 in those 4 seasons. That's a .784 win percentage, which is the best among NAIA programs. And that, we're talking Talladega, we're talking Xavier. Who else is it? Tougaloo would probably, other than this year, Tougaloo would have been in there. So we're talking the top NAIA programs. Stillman has been right there. So congratulations to Coach Teasley, our coach of the year. For Division II, Fred Watson of Miles. And, again, because of the abbreviated and shortened season, not too many people knew, or not too many were aware of what Miles did this year. They were 10-1 this year. Only loss came to Tuskegee by 1 point. And who's to say that 1 point, that one loss may have cost Miles an opportunity to go into the playoffs.
It's a rival game, though, Brian. Anytime Tuskegee Miles get together in anything, it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting, and throw the records out of the window, because there's been many years, and I say this as a Tuskegee alum, where Tuskegee has been on that upper swing, and Miles has been that dent in the armor.
Yeah. So, what Coach Watson has done over at Miles has been, tremendous over there. The previous 2 years prior to this year, they had won the regular season and the conference tournament. He's gone 45-13 over those 2 previous years. So I mean, there's a lot of positive things. Next year, you're going to see Miles right back in the hunt of things easily come next year. So congratulations to Coach Watson. on receiving that award as Coach of the Year for Division II. And now our Division I Coach of the Year, he is none other than Byron Smith. I was waiting on you to show the graphic. There we go. Prairie View A&M. The postseason awards come in for Coach Smith. He received the Hugh Durham Award from collegeinsider.com. That goes to the nation's top mid-major coach. He was the SWAC Coach of the Year. I believe for the third consecutive year, he was the SWAC Coach of the Year. This year's team went 16-15, even got into the top 25 of the final regular season mid-major poll. The only disappointing thing, I guess you could say, is that they lost in the tournament. You know, those things kind of happen sometimes, but it shouldn't take away from their accomplishments. They did win a regular season, or at least co-champs in the regular season, and they have that streak. They got that home winning streak in the Baby Dome as somewhere in the ballpark of 30.
It's mid-30s.
Okay, yeah, we still have. We'll figure it out by next show next year. No, just kidding. We'll figure it out. So again, all right, just to recap our Coach of the Years from the NAIA, John Teasley, D2, Fred Watson, and D1, Byron Smith. All right, so that's our men's All-American teams, Players of the Year, Coaches of the Year. And now we'll end the show. We'll get close to the end here. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for watching. Thank you for consuming the content from us. We definitely want to hear from you. Make sure to share your feedback and thoughts on who you thought. Who would you have voted for to be on the All-American team? Who would you have voted for to be the Player of the Year or Coach of the Year? You let us know, and we'd love to interact with you. And maybe we'll read your comments. If you got some good, insightful thoughts, we'll read those on the next Sports Wrap show. So we've always done, well, I shouldn't say always, but this year, because of the COVID changes, we had to change our top 5 and our team rankings from a Division I, Division II, NAIA to a more of a small school, large school, where now the small schools consist of the NAIA and Division II. The large school primarily consists of all Division Is. So let's start with the small school. And this is to recognize our women's national champion, the top-rated team in the BCSN women's small school rankings. We usually do top 5 around here, but we'll let you know. We'll let you into the top 10. So we're going to count it down from 10 to 1. Number 10 was Miles College from the SIAC, finished with a record of 9-12.
Give me just a second, Brian. Got a little bit of a
all right
right here.
Well, again, I will say one of the more interesting things about the rankings is so many of the programs this year finished at 500 or better. Only one program did not, or only 2 programs did not. Well, I checked that back. Now 3. I just can't count right now. But it's very rare, and like a lot of times, because some of our schools don't end up finishing very well and beating some of the non-conference teams that they should. And look, that's going to be one of the big talking points next year. Will the transfer portal add and improve HBCU's opportunities to win those non-conference games? You got to beat the other mid-majors to sort of get some national recognition and some national love. So we want to see if that can happen. How are we doing there, Drew? Do we need to take another break?
Yeah, let's take a quick break.
All right, so we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will announce officially the men and women's national champions. You're watching and listening to the BCSN SportsWrap with Bryan AD. We'll be back right after these words.
Your ad could be ran here. MyJBN.com/support. MyJBN.com/support for more information.
So maybe can you find a graphic of just number one?
No, it's all together.
All right, don't worry about it then. We don't need it. Shit. We gotta be ready to jump back in on this.
At Earthblend Coffee, we take pride in offering you the very best of beans across the world.
Maybe by the time I finish the small school women, you'll find it by the next time.
And satisfying and flavorful taste. Experience the world in one.
If not, at this point,
I got it. I just don't have it in the lid. Okay.
Don't worry about it then.
Yeah. All right.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Your ad could be ran here. MyJBN.com/support. MyJBN.com/support for more information.
The last one before the last one. All right. There we go. All right, here we go. Our top 10 women's small school division. Starting at number 10, Miles College. Finished the season with a record of 9-12. Number 9, West Virginia State with a record of 8-8. Number 8, Florida Memorial finished 10-11. I believe even at some point in time, Florida Memorial might have even been in the running in the top 5. Number 7, Langston finishes 7-8. And number 6, Benedict College finished their regular season 10-3. Those 3 losses only coming to Tuskegee. Here we go. Top 5. Number 5, Edward Waters College. Finished the regular season 12-5, lost in the GCAC tournament, conference tournament, shafted by the selection process, and missed out on a potential playoff berth. Rust College finished 12-2. Rust also could complain. You know, we had a great conversation during our tournament selection show with Coach Eric Jackson, talking about some issues and problems he had with the process. Number 3, Talladega finished at 15-3 for a good portion of the year. Talladega was sitting at number 1 for a good portion of the season. Talladega was number 1.
And notice, Brian, the 3 GCAC co-champions, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah. Well, the one team that sort of threw a monkey wrench in all of their plans was our number 2 team, and that was Xavier, Louisiana. Xavier, New Orleans finished 13-7. I think by them winning the GCAC tournament, it upset the apple cart for maybe 1, but probably 2 of those teams that we mentioned. But congratulations to Coach Browder and Xavier. Our 2021 small school women's national champion, Tuskegee University. The Golden Tigers finished 12-2. just by the nature of their strength in the numbers and doing what they did this year and advancing. Look, they advanced to the tournament. They're the only one that got in. So you got to give them some credit. It'd have been interesting to see what would have happened had Xavier won and advanced to the round of 16. I think if Xavier would have advanced to the round of 16, Xavier might have jumped from 2-1. Very possible.
I think they would have had to get to the round of 8, mathematically.
Okay. All right. Well, again, congratulations to Coach Powell. What a run from Tuskegee. I mean, they win the national champions. They get the coach of the year. They get the player of the year. In a COVID year, Drew, you may never see another year like this from your Golden Tigers. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I hope we get a few more of these.
Yeah, I know you do. It's been a good year. Congratulations to everybody in the Tuskegee women's program. Okay, let's move over to the large school. Large school women's. Again, these are only Division I teams. Number 10, from the MEAC, you've got Norfolk State, who finished 5-9. Number 9, from the SWAC, you've got Alcorn State, who finished 7-13. Number 8, Grambling State, who finished with an even 10-10. Number 8 is Alabama A&M.
Number 7.
Excuse me. Number 7, Alabama A&M, who finished 10-7. And then number 6, you have Southern University, who finished 12-11. Here's the top 5. And this has been fun to track all year because it has fluctuated, especially in the last month of the season. It fluctuated. Number 5, Morgan State. Morgan State finished 12-4. Another interesting thing, real quick, Drew, the win percentages on these final 5 teams. Think about it as I give the records, or I don't know, do we have the records up as well as this show?
Yes, it shows the record.
Okay, so yeah, just look at the records. Man, the win percentage is outstanding. Morgan State was 5. Number 4, Howard University, 15-4. Howard University, a former number 1 at one point during the season. Number 3, Alabama State, finished 16-4, conference runner-ups in the regular season as well as the tournament. Just could not get over the hump that is Jackson State the last 2 times they met him. Number 2, North Carolina A&T Aggies, sitting at 14-3. The Aggies had a great season. Can't take anything away from what they accomplished. That means our number 1 team from the Southwest Athletic Conference, Jackson State, with a finishing record of 18-6. So,
don't know where that came from on the graphic.
What's that?
They don't know where that record came from on the graphic. That was an edit error.
What is this? I can't even see. It's so small.
It said 12-11, but it was 18-6.
All right. So Jackson State. Sometimes, you just put up the names and you don't worry about the numbers. Jackson State, congratulations, our large school women's national champion.
Small school men.
Small school men. Starting at number 10, Allen University, 6-5. Now, again, small school makes up NAIA and Division II. Number 9, Philander Smith, finished with a record of 9-10. Number 8, West Virginia State out of the Mountain East with a record of 9-7. Dillard finished 8-2 from the GCAC. That was 7. Number 6, Lincoln, Missouri, finished 12-11. 12-11. Okay, here we go. Top five. Top five in the men's. Number 5, Edward Waters finishes 12-8 regular season. Shout out to Coach Sumner and Edward Waters on a great season. Number 4, Miles College, 10-1. Of course, that one loss coming to Tuskegee, their rival. Number 3, Xavier, 14-5. They would have benefited from getting to the round of 16 as well. They got to the second day of the first tripod of the first tries and really had an opportunity to put it away. And possibly, had they got to the round of 16, who knows?
Oh, only problem with that, Brian, is number 2 and number 1 also won in the tournament.
Good point. Number 2 and number 1. And
well, excuse me. I'll let you say this.
Right, because it's really not a 2 and 1. Really what you mean is the top 2. Because we actually end up with a split between the 2 teams remaining. So with Stillman finishing with a record of 17-3, Talladega finishing with a record of 25-5, we end up with actual co-national champs. Co-national champs between Talladega and Stillman. And so, I mean, just as impressive as Stillman getting to the round of 16, the fact that Talladega played 30 games, the fact that Talladega won 25 games, you can't dismiss either accomplishment because they're almost not equal. I mean, Stillman didn't play a non-conference schedule, so they didn't have the benefit of playing. And think about this: of the 20-something odd games that Talladega played, really only 6 plus maybe 2, 8 games were conference games.
7.
7. Well, okay, 7.
Yes, because they had the first round bye. They played 5 regular season games and then 2 in the tournament.
See? So the majority of their schedule, non-conference games. You know? So congratulations to Coach Wright and Talladega, Coach Teasley and Stillman for being our co-national champions in our small school divisions. And now let's get to the large school. All made up of Division I teams. Number 10, Southern University finished at 8-11 from the SWAC. Number 9, Coppin State finished 9-13. Obviously, with Tark and his younger brother. I don't know if we'll see Anthony Tark back next season. Number 8, Hampton University finished 11-14. Great performance by Davion Warren. He too would be interesting to see if he comes back. Or
he's already in the portal.
He's already in the portal, already looking for other opportunities. Okay, that's how that works. Number 7, Grambling State, 12-12. Number 6, North Carolina A&T finishes 11-10. Of course, the unfortunate timing of a COVID test knocked them out of the MEAC tournament. And then some of the reports came out that it was a false positive. I mean, what can you do? I mean, when they have these such rigorous methods for their pandemic response, it doesn't give you much room to kind of alter the plan. So
there's no talking your way out of this.
No, it's hard to talk your way out of that. Although there probably should have been, in my opinion. Okay, number 5, top 5 on the men's side. Jackson State comes in at number 5 with 12-6 overall record. Of course, they were 11-0, I believe, in the regular season or in conference. Number 4, Morgan State, 14-8. Coach Broadus with a good squad this year. Unfortunately, Morgan State couldn't get it done. After 2 big wins to get to the MEAC tournament championship, they couldn't get it done in the final game. Number 3, Prairie View A&M with a record of 16-5. Prairie View, I believe, of course, with the infamous streak, I'm going to guess 32 games without even looking yet. I'm guessing 32. Sound about right?
That sounds about right.
It may be more, but at least right now, that's what we're going with. Number 2. This is interesting. Texas Southern comes in on the SWAC. Number 2, of course, won a game in the first 4. Had to get to, they were the 3 seed going into the SWAC tournament, had to knock off the 2 seed and then the 1 seed in order to get that opportunity. So congratulations to Texas Southern. That means, because you haven't heard their name, Norfolk State with a record of 17-8 is our 2021 large school HBCU national champion. What was I? No, Norfolk State. You know what's interesting, Drew? Norfolk State is just a team. Because if you look at our All-American squad, you don't see one individual player from Norfolk State on our All-American squad, do you?
No, first nor second.
Yeah. So, I know there may be some people with some issues about that. But maybe the fact that Norfolk State won this team award might kind of ease any sore feelings that somebody might have about what they witnessed. What are your thoughts on the championship teams?
Back up to the women's team.
Uh-huh.
And of the top 5 that finished the season in the top 5, I distinctly remember 4 of those top 5 holding the number 1 spot at one point in time or the other. I really believe A&T was the only team not to hold the number 1 spot, and they were always number 2 to someone else. It seemed like every poll, there was always one team who was slightly better in the ranking than A&T. And then when they were on the cusp of becoming the number 1 team, COVID shut them down.
I think Jackson State was also that team. So you thought that was A&T?
A&T never got to number 1. I think Jackson State got to number 1 at the end of the rankings.
Okay,
but
I just remember so often everyone was moving around, and Jackson State was either being
Jackson State got to number 1 when they defeated Alabama State at the end of the season.
The regular season?
Yes, the last week of the regular season.
Okay.
Because I know Alabama State was 1 at one point in time. Howard was 1. Morgan was there as Morgan and Howard beat up on each other throughout the season, and of course Jackson State wound up at 1, and they actually got to 1, I believe, the last poll or the last ranking, and just rolled it on out through the tournament.
Yeah. I think that was the most interesting one by far,
And one other thing about that, I remember one week when I showed it to you 1 through 4, 1 through 5, when we looked at the points, and when you talk about the point system we use, it was like a 1 percentage point difference between the number 1 and the number 4 team in our ranking.
Right. Yeah, definitely. I was just trying to think here. The Talladega men ran away from people for so long that it took Stillman getting and doing what they did to actually catch them.
Yes.
Yeah,
and if Stillman gets one more win, they are the clear-cut number one.
Clear cut, right. And actually, I think had Talladega advanced to the round of 16 as well,
they are the clear-cut number one.
They would have been the clear cut. So it just kind of worked out the way it did.
And guess what, Brian?
What?
They're in the same conference now.
Woo! It's gonna be a good, fun conference, man. Good fun conference. The SSAC just got a little bit better. All righty. So again, our small school national champion, Tuskegee Golden Tigers. Our large school women's national champion, the Jackson State Tigers. Our small school men's national champions, we have Stillman and Talladega. And then our large school national champion, Norfolk State, who managed to win the regular season MEAC and the conference tournament. So, yeah. All right. Well, Drew, anything else that we want to add on this postseason show before we get out of here?
Are we going to tease the fact that we are running the fantasy tournament again this year?
Why don't you let people know about that?
Beginning next week, we had so much fun doing it last year. We're going to run it back, as they say. The BCSN fantasy tournament, where fans get to vote on the national champion, just like you put your 2 cents in on our national player of the year at different levels. Whose fan base has the best fan base among the basketball fans? And do you want me to tease the top 4 seeds, Brian?
Yeah, let's get the top 4 seeds in the women and the men.
All right. Our number one, we'll start with the women. Our number 1 overall seed is going to be Jackson State.
That's fitting.
Our other number 1 seeds will be North Carolina A&T, Howard, and Alabama State.
Okay, I like that. 2 from the SWAC, 2 from the MEAC. Basically, the championship games that we had. That's good.
All right. Moving over to the men's side, our number 1 overall is going to be the Spartans of Norfolk State, followed by Texas Southern, Prairie View, and Jackson State.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, you know, I think you had obviously you had the 1 and 2 seed, or the co-champs, I should say, in the men's side, Jackson State and Prairie View getting knocked off by Texas Southern. And so, yeah, it makes sense.
Right. And that voting will open up next week. You and I, we will do a podcast to preview the rankings, and we'll put it out there to the folks, and we'll run that throughout the month of April. Also, next Monday night, live right here on the Black College Sports Network and a few other platforms, Brian, will be the debut show of Knights of the Round Table, a weekly podcast where members throughout HBCU sports just get together and talk shop. That's why it's called Knights of the Round Table. We have 9 subjects that we talk about within a 1-hour time span. Everybody will offer their opinion on those different subjects, Brian, and I will be the host of the first podcast.
Okay.
And you know why we chose 9, Brian?
You tell me, because that's a lot of topics.
Well, 9 topics within an hour. These will be quick hitters. These won't be long topics. But the reason we chose 9 topics were in honor of the Divine 9.
Okay. Well, hey, that looks like a jam-packed show. Looking forward to it. Okay, well.
That'll debut 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central on Monday night.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for our postseason awards, our All-American teams, and our players of the year, our coaches of the year, our national champions. Hey, we want to give again congratulations to all the teams, all the players. I'm sure somebody may think somebody got left off. To sum it up, like Drew said, if you pull someone off, who would you put in? Communicate with us at MyBCSN1 on Twitter. You'll find Drew at BCSN Drew. Find me at DRB365. Let us know your thoughts. If you put someone on, who are you taking off? That's the rule. So congratulations to all the teams. We'll look around and see how we run it back next year. And hopefully we'll have full seasons and some cross-conference games and matchups and things of that good nature. So we'll kind of see what happens. So that'll do it, man. For AD Drew, I'm Brian Fulford. Thank you for watching this special edition of the Sports Wrap as we wrap up the 2021 college basketball season with our postseason honors. Make sure to read all about it on the website, mybcsn.net. Share, like, subscribe this episode with friends, family, basketball fans, HBCU alums, anyone you know that might care. All right, that's going to do it. You guys be safe, be smart, and we'll see you next time. For Brian, or actually for AD, I'm Brian. Peace out.
I'll holler. Oh shit! You know what happened, man? Tristan Jarrett is highlighted in bold on the thing, and I went straight down the list, and I knew the bold name was the ones that was supposed to be Player of the Year. I didn't even look at the second page when I was doing the graphic.
Is that right? Was that right?
I don't even remember, but I see the discrepancy. I see what the discrepancy is there.
Well, I mean, I guess we have to make it, leave it as is now, right?
And then our best line, I don't know how the hell I put Juan Clayton instead of Anthony Tart. That was just an oversight on my part.
Where'd you do that at?
On the graphic, you couldn't see it. I saw it.
Because I told you. I told you when you had it, like, I don't know why you aren't looking at the same thing I'm looking at. I thought we were looking at the same.
No, I put the wrong person in the graphic. That was just straight B.
Oh, my God. Jesus. All right.